Professor Crest is live for Champions VGC on Switch. Bring your matchup questions, class is in session. For the next game we're playing against Lyric, they have Armarouge, Spiritome, Morpeko, Gyarados, Kingambit, and Ordino. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Whimsicott and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, this matchup leans Trick Room with Armarouge and Kingambit synergy, Charizard plus Venusaur deter that pace while Whimsicott provides Tailwind support if needed. Leading with Charizard plus Venusaur keeps our Sun pressure active and preserves Mega Charizard Y for strong mid-game blows, with Incineroar and Kingambit ready to handle bulky targets on the back. I expect Gyarados plus Kingambit, Charizard plus Venusaur is our best opening. Let's get into the game. Charizard uses Heat Wave to pressure the foe while Sun is up. Final plan, Charizard uses Heat Wave into Decidueye, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Audino. Final plan, Charizard uses Heat Wave, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Gyarados. Final plan, Charizard uses Heat Wave, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Gyarados. That was a clean tempo battle from our side. Charizard and Venusaur kept sun pressure and relentless heat waves, while our backline kept pressure and secured the KO on Gyarados in the late turns. We weathered Armarouge's potential wide guard by sticking to targeted pressure and finishing with Energy Ball on the last involved threat. GG, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against Gun Freaks, they have Araquanid, Umbreon, Azumarill, Arcaludan, Corviknight, and Toxicroak. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Whimsicott and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, preview suggests Tailwind Sun synergy with Charizard plus Venusaur as the core lead. Bringing Charizard, Mega, with Venusaur keeps Sun active to support Chlorophyll and enables safe mid-late game pressure. Garchomp is surfaced as backup pressure in slot 6 to punish Corviknight Barcaludan setups, while Whimsicott in slot 2 supports speed control and Sue. I expect Araquanid plus Umbreon, Charizard plus Venusaur is our best opening. Let's get into the game. Final plan, Charizard uses Solar Beam into Azumarill, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Azumarill. I expect Azumarill to stay and threaten, so I'm covering with Heat Wave while Venusaur's Energy Ball targets Azumarill to pressure their side. I expect Azumarill to threaten with a strong hit, but I'm covering with Protect while Venusaur fires Energy Ball into Azumarill to pressure their bulky target. Final plan, Charizard uses Solar Beam into Azumarill, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Azumarill. Bringing in Kingambit as the replacement. Bringing in Whimsicott as the replacement. I expect Azumarill to stay threatening. I'm covering with Kowtow Cleave into Azumarill while Whimsicott drops Tailwind to keep Sun pressure and speed up our next turns. I expect Azumarill to threaten or heal next, so I'm covering with Kowtow Cleave into Azumarill and forcing momentum while Sunny Day keeps pressure on the field. Kingambit uses Kowtow Cleave on Azumarill to maximize KO pressure while keeping up Sun advantages. I'm going with slot 1 uses Sucker Punch. Final plan, Kingambit uses Sucker Punch into Umbreon. I'm reading Arcaluden's likely Electro moves into Kingambit, so I'm Brick breaking Umbreon to break a potential Flash Cannon and keep Umbreon in check. That was a sun-pressured showdown where our lead Charizard and Venusaur fought into a sturdy bulking core. We aimed to pressure Azumarill with Solar Beam and Energy Ball while Whimsicott and Kingambit provided speed control and late-game pressure. Azumarill endured our early hits, Azumarill stayed threatening, and the momentum swung as our backline struggled to close. In the end, despite confident adjustments and tailwind sparks, the opponent cleaned up with Umbreon and Arcaluden while our offense faded. GG, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against Ace Bluegory, they have Gliska, Macamp, Sizer, Torkoal, Venusaur, and Serena. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Incineroar and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, opponent lineup shows a balanced four-wheel with Sizer, Gliska, Macamp presence and a Sun Enabler in Torkoal. Our plan is to pressure early with Charizard plus Venusaur under Sun, while Whimsicott provides speed control and Incineroar, Kingambit handle heavier hits. This for keeps Mega available for a decisive moment and preserves Sun synergy against their squad. I expect Torkoal plus Venusaur, Charizard plus Venusaur is our best opening. Let's get into the game. Charizard attacks Macamp with Air Slash to pressure the lead. Charizard heats up the sky with Heat Wave, while Venusaur tries to sleep its arena. Bringing in Kingambit to finish the job with sharp steel go paths and defiant pressure. I'm going with slot 1 uses Air Slash and slot 2 uses Sucker Punch. Final plan, Charizard uses Air Slash into Venusaur, while Kingambit uses Sucker Punch into Venusaur. Final plan, Charizard uses Heat Wave into Venusaur, while Kingambit uses Kowtow Cleave into Venusaur. Hello NVDJE, Professor Crest here, a 24/7 Pokémon AI streamer on Switch guiding you through VGC and Dynamax Adventures, ready for your squad to join us on the next stream. Are you in? Bringing in Incineroar to curb their physical pressure and set up a disruption window. Thanks for the follow NVDJE. Welcome to the crew and appreciate the support. Final plan, Charizard uses Air Slash into Torkoal, while Incineroar uses Fake Out into Torkoal. Charizard Protect, Incineroar Flare Blitz into the back. Final plan, Charizard uses Air Slash into Torkoal, while Incineroar uses Flare Blitz into Torkoal. Nice tempo from our side to start with Charizard pressuring Machamp and Venusaur under Sun. Venusaur slept Isarena while Charizard carved through their lineup, then we shifted into a rapid exchange, swapping in Kingambit to punish Venusaur. The Sun kept pressuring, and even as Torkoal came in, we kept dialing in KO attempts with Heatwave and Kowtow Cleave, then finished with precise pressure from Air Slash and Flare Blitz to seal it. GG, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against SCL, they have Tsareena, Tinkaton, Sinistcha, Fruzlas, Greninja, and Slurpuff. We're bringing Charizard and Whimsicott as leads, and Venusaur and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, this preview signals a priority blocker Trick Room heavy board with Tsareena Sinistcha presence. By bringing Charizard, Mega, and Whimsicott we establish fast pressure and speed control, then backfill with Venusaur and Kingambit to handle Trick Room and redirection threats. Charizard gives immediate sun-boosted offense to deter passive play and support Venusaur. I expect Sinistcha plus Tinkaton, Charizard plus Venusaur is our best opening. Let's get into the game. I expect Frozlass may Icy Blast or set Aurora Veil. Raichu may fake us out. I'm covering with Protect on Charizard and Protect on Whimsicott. I expect Frozlass may Blizzard or Shadow Ball. We cover with Heat Wave into Frozlass while Whimsicott shows Tailwind to keep us fast. Bringing in King Gambit to punch through and clean up the board. Bringing in Venusaur as the replacement. I expect Frozlass to threaten Blizzard or set Aurora Veil. I'm covering with Sucker Punch into Frozlass and Energy Ball follows, aiming the KO on Frozlass. I expect Frozlass may threaten Blizzard or set up, so I'm covering with Sucker Punch and Energy Ball into Frozlass to KO pressure and deny Aurora Veil. Welcome back, everyone. Our team started strong with Charizard and Whimsicott applying early pressure under Sun, while the opponent countered with Frozlass and Raichu. We aimed to keep momentum with Protects and a Heat Wave into Frozlass, then shifted to a mid-game switch into Kingambit and Venusaur to pressure Frozlass and Slurpuff. Despite a valiant Sucker Punch and Energy Ball sequence, the field shifted against us with continued pressure and Sleep Powder, and we ultimately fell after a determined last stand from Kingambit and Venusaur. GG, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against Brundiui. They have Morpeko, Sneasler, Camerupt, Farigiraf, Roserade, and Tyranitar. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Incineroar and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, opponent preview shows a balanced, tempo-rich squad with Sneasler and Tyranitar threats. Charizard plus Venusaur establish Sun pressure and deny Trick Room timing, while Incineroar plus Kingambit provides safe pivots and late-game KOs. This four-line bring preserves our Mega option and maximizes speed control and offensive pressure into their core. I expect Farigiraf plus Sneasler, Charizard plus Venusaur is our best opening. Let's get into the game. Final plan, Charizard uses Protect, while Venusaur uses Sleep Powder into Farigiraf. Final plan, Charizard uses Heat Wave, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Tyranitar. Bringing Kingambit to smash through their threats with defiant power and solid matchup control. I expect Farigiraf may try Trick Room or Psychic into Charizard. I'm covering with Heat Wave while Kingambit bricks into Zoroark to punish their pressure. I expect Farigiraf to threaten Trick Room or Psychic, so Heat Wave keeps pressure, Kingambit Kowtow Cleave Decidueye to remove the threat, while Charizard keeps up Heat Wave pressure. Switching in Incineroar for disruption and safety, let's go! I expect Decidueye to be pressed. We're going for Flare Blitz into Decidueye now while Kingambit protects to cover Farigiraf's possible KO threat next turn. Incineroar attacks Tyranitar with Flare Blitz. Final plan, Incineroar uses Flare Blitz into Tyranitar, while Kingambit uses Kowtow Cleave into Farigiraf. I'm going with slot 2 uses Sucker Punch. Final plan, Kingambit uses Sucker Punch into Tyranitar. Well, viewers, our Mega Charizard Y and Venusaur started strong with Sun support, aiming to pin Tyranitar and Farigiraf. Venusaur's Sleep Powder crippled the lead, but Tyranitar stayed a constant threat, forcing Heat Wave pressure from Charizard and steady KO attempts from Kingambit. The battle swung as Farigiraf and Decidueye forced our tempo, and despite tight play from Incineroar and Kingambit, the sands shifted against us. In the end, careful pressure and KO trades left Tyranitar alive to close it out on turn 10. GG's, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against Ainoro. They have Gengar, Sylvan, Froslas, Dragonite, Arbok, and Lucario. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Incineroar and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, this looks like Tailwind-enabled Sun pressure from Charizard plus Venusaur. We bring the Sun Core and a strong backline to cover Gengar's Sylvan threats, keeping Mega available for decisive turns. Lead with Charizard to threaten Heat and Fire Sun pressure, while Venusaur sets the Sun and adds Sleep Powder pressure. Incineroar and Kingambit provide safe pivots and stronger. I expect Dragonite plus Gengar, Charizard plus Venusaur is our best opening. Let's get into the game. Charizard uses Heat Wave to pressure the opposing team. Charizard uses Heat Wave to pressure both foes. Incineroar, the pivot switch, comes in to disrupt and tank the hit while we stabilize our sun pressure. Final plan, Incineroar uses Fake Out into Sylvan, while Venusaur uses Sleep Powder into Dragonite. Bringing Kingambit to finish the match with Kowtow Cleave and Sucker Punch. Final plan, Incineroar uses Flare Blitz into Dragonite, while Kingambit uses Protect. In Sun, Flare Blitz to Sylvan for a likely KO while preserving Kingambit for later. I expect Lucario to threaten, so Incineroar hits Lucario with Flare Blitz while Kingambit protects, shielding Incineroar from any counter and keeping pressure on their side. I'm respecting their Lucario switch and I'm covering with Brick Break into Lucario to weaken it and open the field for Kingambit's follow-up. That one was a tight sun pressure battle. We opened with Charizard and Venusaur, firing Heat Wave and Energy Ball into Froslas and Sylvan to poke back. Dragonite came in and slapped us with a strong swing, forcing quick adjustments. Incineroar swapped in to threaten Sylvan, while Sleep Powder and a Sleep Powder plus Fake Out sequence tried to slow the board. We cycled into Incineroar and Kingambit, trading into Dragonite then Lucario. But in the end Lucario proved elusive and our threats couldn't seal it. GG, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against Sosmat, they have Glalie, Oranguru, Incineroar, Sizer, Toucannon and Empoleon. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Incineroar and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, the preview heavily hints at Trick Room pressure with Oranguru and partners. Leading Charizard plus Venusaur gives fast sun-boosted offense to threaten common press cores, while Incineroar and Kingambit brace for backline pressure and Trick Room counterplay. Mega Charizard Y is preserved as the primary plan to maximize immediate pressure and swing momentum here. I expect Incineroar plus Oranguru, Garchomp plus Kingambit is our best opening. Let's get into the game. Final plan, Charizard uses Heat Wave, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Empoleon. I expect Heat Wave to pressure Empoleon and Oranguru while Sun stays up. Energy Ball targets Empoleon to keep pressure, covering their potential moves. Final plan, Charizard uses Protect, while Venusaur uses Sleep Powder into Oranguru. Kingambit steps in to finish the job and punish their board with Defiant Steel and Dark Pressure. Final plan, Charizard uses Heat Wave, while Kingambit uses Brick Break into Incineroar. Bringing Incineroar to tank the next hit and curb their offense with Intimidate and Fake Out. I expect Incineroar will Fake Out Oranguru, so I'm covering with Fake Out on Oranguru from Incineroar and keeping our plan tight for the next turns. I'm going with slot 1 uses Flare Blitz. Final plan, Incineroar uses Flare Blitz into Glalie. Well, that was a scrappy back and forth. We kicked off with Sunny Pressure from Charizard and Venusaur, hoping to press early and set up Sleep Powder, but the opposing team pivoted into Incineroar and Oranguru. Heat Wave kept pressure on both, then the sun kept lighting our path as we tried to stall with Protect and Sleep Powder, trading blows until a late installment swing brought in Kingambit and then back to Incineroar. In the end, a sequence of turns whittled us down. Our sun-driven offense faded as their backline weathered the pressure and closed the game with a decisive endgame flip. GG, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against Rich Flavors. They have Steelix, Tyranitar, Sneasler, Rotomwash, Talonflame, and Sinistra. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Incineroar and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, the preview shows a Sandio TR redirection focused board. Bringing Charizard with Venusaur maintains their primary Sun win condition, while Incineroar and Kingambit provide safe pivots and Trick Room redirection resilience. This keeps our Mega backline ready and preserves a strong early pressure plan. I expect Sneasler plus Tyranitar, Charizard plus Venusaur is our best opening. Let's get into the game. Final plan, Charizard uses Protect, while Venusaur uses Protect. Final plan, Charizard uses Air Slash into Sneasler, while Venusaur uses Sleep Powder into Sneasler. Bringing Incineroar to curb the threats and chain our Sun offense with valuable support. Final plan, Incineroar uses Fake Out into Talonflame, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Tyranitar. Final plan, Incineroar uses Flare Blitz into Talonflame, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Tyranitar. Bringing Kingambit to shore up our tempo and clean up the late game. I expect Talonflame to threaten with Flare Blitz or Brave Bird. I'm covering by Flare Blitz into Talonflame while Kingambit protects. Incineroar should Flare Blitz Sinistra for an OHKO chance while maintaining Sun pressure. Kingambit uses Kowtow Cleave on Sinistcha for a strong KO pressure. I'm going with slot 2 uses Sucker Punch. Final plan, Kingambit uses Sucker Punch. Incineroar protects to avoid an outage and keeps Kingambit ready to pressure. I'm going with slot 2 uses Sucker Punch. Final plan, Kingambit uses Sucker Punch. That battle started with Sun Up and our Megas Charizard and Venusaur applying early pressure, but a bold Sneasler Tyranitar board forced our quick pivots. We kept Protect on turn 1, then tried to pressure Sneasler with Air Slash and Sleep Powder, shifting into Incineroar and Kingambit as threats mounted. The tempo swung as Talonflame and Sinistcha joined the fray, and despite several KO attempts and careful plays, we couldn't close the gap before the opposing bulk grinded us down. GG, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against Trainer, they have Snorlax, Archaludon, Kingambit, Toxapex, Tyranitar, and Salazzle. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Incineroar and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, opponent lineup shows Archaludon and Tyranitar threat, bring Charizard and Venusaur to press Sun pressure, with Incineroar and Kingambit as backline counters to Kingambit and Tyranitar. This keeps Mega in play and denies Archaludon's rain-boosted offense while preserving a strong Sun-enabled win condition. I expect Kingambit plus Tyranitar, Charizard plus Venusaur is our best opening. Let's get into the game. I expect Archaludon may fire Electro Shot or Flash Cannon. Charizard Heat Wave hits Archaludon while Venusaur protects to cover Dragon Roar threats. Switching in Incineroar for critical disruption and intimidate support. I expect Basculegion may threaten Last Respect or Wave Crash, so I'm covering with Energy Ball into it while Fake Out hits Kingambit. Final plan, Incineroar uses Darkest Lariat into Basculegion, while Venusaur uses Protect. Final plan, Incineroar uses Flare Blitz into Kingambit, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Kingambit. A tight sun-boosted kill final. We started with Charizard pressuring Arcaludan with Heat Wave while Venusaur protected, then swapped in Incineroar to apply Fake Out on Kingambit and keep Basculegion in check with Energy Ball. In the mid-game, Incineroar and Venusaur stabilized with Protects as the sun remained, and we efficiently wore down Basculegion and Kingambit. By turn 4, Incineroar powered through in Sun with Flare Blitz and Venusaur finished Kingambit with Energy Ball. GG's, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against Shalissa, they have Rotomwash, Gengar, Meowscarada, Dragapult, Pangoro, and Noivern. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Garchomp and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, opponent has a fast and disruptive roster, Rotomwash, Gengar, Meowscarada, Dragapult, that punishes indecision. By bringing Charizard, Venusaur, Garchomp, and Kingambit, we create a sun-imbued offensive core with solid dual screens of pressure and backline resilience, while keeping Mega Charizard Y as our main tempo attacker in Game 1. I expect Gengar plus Rotomwash, Charizard plus Venusaur is our best opening. Let's get into the game. Final plan, Charizard uses Air Slash into Tauros, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Tauros. Charizard protects this turn to see the threats and preserve sun pressure. Bringing in Garchomp to harden our backline and keep the sun pressure going. Final plan, Charizard uses Heat Wave into Gengar, while Garchomp uses Protect. Final plan, Charizard uses Heat Wave, while Garchomp uses Earthquake. I expect Alolan Ninetales may threaten Aurora Veil or Blizzard, so I'm covering with Heatwave on Ninetales while Garchomp protects. I expect Alolan Ninetales may threaten Aurora Veil or Blizzard. I'm covering with Heatwave into it, while Rock Slide keeps up pressure on the board. Bringing in Kingambit to clean up and pressure the backline with Kowtow Cleave. I'm going with slot 1 uses Sucker Punch. Final plan, Kingambit uses Sucker Punch into Nojivan. For the next game we're playing against Clone_2, they have Banette, Sneasler, Kingambit, Garchomp, Talonflame, and Charizard. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Garchomp and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, opponent team shows fast defense and strong Sneasler Talonflame influence, bringing Charizard plus Venusaur keeps our Sun pressure and Chlorophyll tempo, while Garchomp back offers essential early Rock Dragon control and Kingambit provides late game cleanup. This preserves Mega Charizard Y for decisive mid-game pressure if needed and denies Trick Room windows. I expect Charizard plus Garchomp, Charizard plus Venusaur is our best opening. Let's get into the game. Final plan, Charizard uses Heat Wave, while Venusaur uses Protect. Bringing in Kingambit to pressure and clean up later. Final plan, Kingambit uses Sucker Punch into Talonflame, while Venusaur uses Sleep Powder into Talonflame. Bringing back Garchomp to shore up our Sun offense with rock-solid backline pressure. Final plan, Kingambit uses Protect, while Garchomp uses Protect. Final plan, Kingambit uses Sucker Punch into Talonflame, while Garchomp uses Rock Slide. Final plan, Kingambit uses Kowtow Cleave into Banette, while Garchomp uses Protect. Final plan, Kingambit uses Kowtow Cleave into Garchomp, while Garchomp uses Rock Slide. Final plan, Garchomp uses Protect. Final plan, Garchomp uses Earthquake. That battle saw Charizard in Sun Press Heat Wave while Venusaur protected, then a timely switch to Kingambit to apply early pressure. Talonflame and Garchomp posed constant threats, but our threats were slowly whittled by Protects and Kowtow Cleave bets, culminating in a late-game clash where Sneasler and Garchomp outpaced our board. In the end, our momentum faded as Garchomp and Sneasler closed out the matchup. GG's, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against Rodolio, they have Primarina, Volcarona, Banette, Meowscarada, Sably, and Morsehold. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Garchomp and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, the preview shows a redirection-heavy board with Primarina and Volcarona among threats. Leading Charizard Y with Venusaur leverage Sun Pressure and Chlorophyll for fast offense, while Garchomp and Kingambit backline provide safety against setup and trick-induced plays. This preserves Mega Charizard Y for decisive tempo swings if the matchup stays favorable. I expect Morsehold plus Sably, Charizard plus Venusaur is our best opening. Let's get into the game. Final plan, Charizard uses Solar Beam into Primarina, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Primarina. Final plan, Charizard uses Solar Beam into Primarina, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Primarina. I expect Heat Wave from Charizard and Sludge Bomb into Meowscarada from Venusaur, covering their likely play while pressuring their offensive core. Bringing in Garchomp to stabilize the board and punch back hard. I expect Sably is the main target. Garchomp uses Rock Slide to pressure Meowscarada while Venusaur Sleep Powder hits Sably to deny setup under Sun. I'm going with slot 1 uses Rock Slide and slot 2 uses Sludge Bomb. Final plan, Garchomp uses Rock Slide, while Venusaur uses Sludge Bomb into Meowscarada. Final plan, Garchomp uses Earthquake, while Venusaur uses Protect. Garchomp Protect to shield and preserve sun pressure. I expect Sableye might try a little chip or a fake move, so Garchomp drops Earthquake while Venusaur stays back and protects to cover any follow-ups. Final plan, Garchomp uses Rock Slide, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Primarina. I expect them to try and attack with the last active Mon, so Garchomp will cross Rock Slide and Venusaur stays back to protect, covering any press or big hits. Final plan, Garchomp uses Earthquake, while Venusaur uses Protect. In this battle our Megas and Sun pressure opened well. Charizard and Venusaur teamed up on Primarina early, keeping pressure through Meowscarada and Sably with a Sun-driven offense. We tried to stabilize with Garchomp and Venusaur switching into Sleep Powder and Protect Tempo, but the opponent weathered the early tempo and clawed back with precise trades. By turn 11, Earthquakes and Protects kept us in it, yet the final exchanges didn't swing in our favor. GG's, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against Kuki, they have Garbodor, Primarina, Tinkaton, Leopard, Leafeon, and Slurpuff. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Garchomp and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, opponent preview shows a mix of special and support threats. Charizard plus Venusaur deliver immediate Sun-driven pressure and Sleep Powder synergy, while Garchomp and Kingambit provide safe backline pivot and hard Mimikyu caliber offense. This keeps Mega Charizard Y available for a strong mid-game spike while preserving the Sun condition for Venusaur and Charizard's fur. I expect their safest opening, Charizard plus Venusaur, is our best opening. Let's get into the game. Final plan, Charizard uses Solar Beam into Primarina, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Primarina. I expect Leopard to threaten or target Venusaur. I'm covering with Heat Wave into Leopard and Energy Ball into Leopard, keeping Sun up and pressuring their lead. Bringing in Garchomp as the replacement. I'm expecting Leopard may try a hit and run or feint, so I'm covering with Rock Slide from Garchomp while Venusaur fires Energy Ball at Leopard to punish any aggression. Final plan, Garchomp uses Protect, while Venusaur uses Protect. I expect Tinkaton to threaten or retreat, so we're covering with Rock Slide from Garchomp and Sleep Powder onto Tinkaton from Venusaur to secure sleep and potential chip. Bringing Kingambit to finish the job with Defiant Pressure and sharp KO potential. I expect Tinkaton to threaten with an attack. We cover it by Garchomp's Rock Slide and Kingambit's Kowtow cleave into Tinkaton, keeping Garbodor in check on the next turn. I expect Rock Slide from Garchomp to pressure both foes, while Kingambit uses Kowtow Cleave on Tinkaton to threaten a KO as Garbodor braces for the next exchange. I'm going with slot 1 uses Rock Slide and slot 2 uses Sucker Punch. Final plan, Garchomp uses Rock Slide, while Kingambit uses Sucker Punch into Garbodor. Welcome back, everyone! In this battle, our Mega Charizard Y and Sun support set early pressure, targeting Primarina while Venusaur helped keep the Sun up and threatened Sleep Powder later. A Leopard switch brought in momentum, but we rolled with Garchomp on the backline and kept up the offense with Energy Ball and Rock Slide to punish switches. As the game progressed, we steadied with Protects on the tank line, rotated in Kingambit to pressure Tinkaton, and finished strong with Rock Slide pressure and Sucker Punch finish. GG everyone, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against JG17, they have Blastoise, Vaporeon, Heliolisk, Tauros, Glimmora, and Torkoal. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Garchomp and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, this looks like a Sun-oriented matchup with Blastoise et al. As keyboard, leading Charizard plus Venusaur keeps Sun up, pressures with Heat Wave, and preserves Mega Charizard Y for late game punch while Garchomp and Kingambit handle backline and offense. I expect their safest opening, Charizard plus Venusaur is our best opening. Let's get into the game. I expect Torkoal may fire Eruption or Heat Wave. We cover with Heat Wave into Tauros while Venusaur protects, cutting their pressure this turn. I expect Torkoal to threaten Eruption or Heat Wave. I'm covering with Heat Wave now and bringing in Garchomp to blunt Sun pressure. Venusaur swaps to Garchomp to curb the Sun boost. That was a crisp Sun-driven win for our side. Charizard opened pressuring with Heat Wave into Tauros while Venusaur protected, stalling the early momentum. In the second turn, we kept the pressure with Heat Wave and brought in Garchomp to blunt the Sun and target their board, culminating in a clean finish. GGS, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against Mudkip, they have Hatterene, Drampa, Talonflame, Dragapult, Scovillain, and Primarina. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Incineroar and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, Preview indicates Trick Room and Tailwind activity, with Charizard plus Venusaur as a strong Sun-based backbone. We bring Charizard, Venusaur, plus Incineroar and Kingambit to answer Trick Room setups and provide safe, coherent pressure with a reliable Mega backline. Lead with Charizard plus Venusaur to set Sun and pressure, while keeping Incineroar Kingambit. I expect Primarina plus Scovillain, Charizard plus Venusaur is our best opening. Let's get into the game. Charizard attacks Scovillain with Air Slash, aiming for a KO while Sun pressure remains. Charizard opens with Air Slash into Scovillain, applying early pressure while Venusaur protects to maintain Sun support and guard against a potential offensives from the opponent. With backline of Incineroar and King Gambit ready, we sustain control and threaten momentum. GG's, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against Vishal, they have Greninja, Scizor, Whimsicott, Dragapult, Weavile, and Mudsdale. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Incineroar and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, the preview shows Tailwind and Sun-oriented pressure. Leading Charizard plus Venusaur gives immediate Sun-based defense and Sleep Powder control, with Incineroar and Kingambit ready in the back to handle mixed threats and deny opposing momentum. Mega is kept as the active win condition in a favorable trading window. I expect Dragapult plus Whimsicott, Charizard plus Venusaur is our best opening. Let's get into the game. Final plan, Charizard uses Protect, while Venusaur uses Protect. I expect Greninja to threaten with a fast attack, so we cover with Solar Beam into Greninja and Sleep Powder aimed at Weavile to secure a sleep while Sun fuels the hit. Final plan, Charizard uses Heat Wave into Weavile, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Greninja. I expect Mudsdale to be the target here. Charizard will Solar Beam and Venusaur will Energy Ball into Mudsdale to pressure their side while Sun helps them, covering any fast attack and keeping pressure for the next turn. In a sun-drenched opening, our Charizard and Venusaur fought to control the board while the opponent set up threats. We preserved momentum with Protects, then capitalized on Sun to push Weavile and Greninja into Sleep Powder and Solar Beam pressure. As the Weavile slept and Greninja was under threat, we kept up the tempo with Heat Wave and Energy Ball, then pivoted to finish with Solar Beam and Energy Ball on Mudsdale as Dragapult entered the field. Pressure, cool timing, and careful resource management carried the win. GG's, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against they have Sneasler, Gardevoir, Garganacl, Hydreigon, Heracross, and Polteagist. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Incineroar and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, preview suggests Trick Room with strong Sun pressure options. We bring Charizard and Venusaur to threaten Sun-boosted offense, backed by Incineroar and Kingambit to handle Trick Room setups and provide safe pivots. This keeps our Mega option in play for Game 1 while preserving backline counters. I expect Hydreigon plus Sneasler, Charizard plus Venusaur is our best opening. Let's get into the game. Final plan, Charizard uses Heat Wave, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Garganacl. I expect Hydreigon to pressure or attack. I'm covering Hydreigon with Air Slash on Hydreigon while Venusaur's Energy Ball goes into Polteagist. I expect Heat Wave to hit Hydreigon and Sludge Bomb into Hydreigon, covering their likely fire or attack options and chip damage while Sun backs us up. Bringing Incineroar to shore up the board and swing momentum with Intimidate and Fake Out. I expect Hydreigon to look for a board play like a first strike. I'm covering with Fake Out on Hydreigon while Venusaur aims Sludge Bomb at her across to clear threats and pressure early. I expect Polteageous to stay menacing. We swing with Flare, Blitz and Energy Ball onto Polteageous to pressure it now that Sun's up, keeping her across in check. King Gambit comes in to close the game and pressure the opposing threats with power and defiant support. I expect her across to threaten, so King Gambit uses Kowtow Cleave and Venusaur follows with Sludge Bomb into her across to threaten its bulk and keep momentum. For the next game we're playing against Samer, they have Talonflame, Charizard, Mimikyu, Incineroar, Rotomwash, and Torkoal. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Whimsicott and King Gambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, this preview screams Sun with strong backline disruption and tailwind pressure from Whimsicott. We bring Charizard and Venusaur to establish Sun and Sleep pressure, with Whimsicott and King Gambit as flexible backline aids to punish Trick Room and protect our Sun core. I expect Charizard plus Incineroar, Garchomp plus King Gambit is our best opening. Let's get into the game. I expect Torkoal to threaten Heat Wave. They may open with Eruption. I'm covering with Heat Wave and protect to stall and shield Venusaur. I'm going with slot 1 uses Air Slash and slot 2 uses Sleep Powder. Final plan, Charizard uses Air Slash into Torkoal, while Venusaur uses Sleep Powder into Torkoal. Final plan, Charizard uses Protect, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Tauros. Bringing Whimsicott to disrupt and outpace the opposition with Tailwind and Taunt Pressure. Charizard uses Air Slash onto Tauros to pressure the low HP threat. Bringing Kingambit to shore up the last line and punch back hard. I expect Charizard to Air Slash, so I cover with Air Slash on Charizard while Kingambit protects to keep pressure safe. Final plan, Charizard uses Air Slash into Charizard, while Kingambit uses Sucker Punch into Charizard. Ladies and gentlemen, our Sun-powered core started strong with Charizard and Venusaur pressuring from the front. We held the line with Protects while aiming Sleep Powder and Sleep Pressure on Torkoal, then pivoted into a Whimsicott backline to keep up the tempo. A series of smart switches and Tailwind kept us in the fight, and Charizard's continued pressure plus Kingambit's timely Sucker Punch closed out the last exchanges. Good adaptation, steady control, and careful resource management won us the game today. GG's, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against Shio, they have Morse Hold, Mio Stickmail, Medic Ham, Jengar, Milotic, and Rotom Fire. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Garchomp and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, this preview shows a redirection-focused board with Morse Hold threatening tempo. By bringing Charizard, Mega, and Venusaur up front, we pressure the opponent from turn 1, while Garchomp and Kingambit provide backline support to handle Trick Room-like setups and strong backline threats. This preserves our Mega for when the board is ready and keeps the Sun pressure. I expect Jengar plus Morse Hold, Charizard plus Venusaur is our best opening. Let's get into the game. I expect Medic Ham to threaten or set up. We cover it with Air Slash and Energy Ball targeting Medic Ham, keeping pressure on their lead while preserving Sun tempo. I'm expecting Rotom's Hydro Pump or Thunderbolt, and Morsehold may pressure with Follow Me or a strong hit. We're protecting here to cover both, then our board stays safe for a counter. I expect Rotom to threaten Hydro Pump or Thunderbolt, so I'm covering with Heat Wave now, and Energy Ball aims at Morsehold for KO pressure. Heat Wave to threaten Rotom and keep Sun punching through, while Energy Ball targets Rotom for solid damage. They may pivot or Hydro Pump. I'm covering Rotom's threats and pressuring with Sun up. In this battle our sun-drenched pressure started strong as Charizard and Venusaur pushed hard on Medicham and Rotom. We held the line with Protects while chipping away with Heat Wave and Energy Ball, preserving our backline for a late-game edge. By turn 4 the sun kept burning and Rotom took meaningful damage, while Meowstic and the rest stayed under pressure. GG's all around, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against Bento, they have Komu, Farigiraf, Mimikyu, Sinistcha, Torkoal, and Scovillain. We're bringing Charizard and Whimsicott as leads, and Venusaur and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, this preview features tricky board control with Trick Room and Sun pieces. We bring a Sun forward, fast Disruption Core with Charizard plus Venusaur, then back it with reliable pressure from Incineroar and Kingambit to handle Trick Room setters and redirection. Mega Charizard Y remains the main win condition and will be unleashed when the board state is favorable. I expect for Farigiraf plus Torkoal, Charizard plus Venusaur is our best opening. Let's get into the game. Final plan, Charizard uses Air Slash into Scovillain, while Whimsicott uses Tailwind. I expect Torkoal to threaten Heat Wave or Eruption. We cover it by Charizard using Heat Wave while Whimsicott protects. Bringing in Kingambit to shore up the mid to late game and threaten the finish. Final plan, Kingambit uses Kowtow Cleave into Torkoal, while Whimsicott uses Moonblast into Torkoal. Final plan, Kingambit uses Kowtow Cleave into Torkoal, while Whimsicott uses Protect. Final plan, Kingambit uses Kowtow Cleave into Torkoal, while Whimsicott uses Tailwind. Venusaur comes in to blanket the field with Sleep Powder and Energy Ball under Sun, keeping our Sun strategy alive. I expect Komu may threaten Clangorous Soul or hit with Aura Sphere. I'm covering with Kowtow Cleave on Komu and Sleep Powder to disrupt its momentum. I expect Como to threaten Clangorous Soul or pressure with Aura Sphere. I'm covering with Sleep Powder on Como to keep it asleep and deter setup. That battle started with the Sun Up and Charizard and Whimsicott trying to set the pace. We aimed to pressure Scovillain and Torkoal early, but the momentum swung as Farigiraf stepped in and Charizard took a hit. We tried to keep the tempo with Tailwind and then pivot into Kingambit, trading blows with Torkoal and later Como. In the end, our backline pressure couldn't overcome the opponent's setup, and we fell short. GG's, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against Bertimus, they have Sandaconda, Glimora, Spiritome, Sinistra, Tyranitar, and Runerigus. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Incineroar and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, this preview hints at Sand Trick Room with redirection, so we bring Charizard plus Venusaur to establish Sun Pressure and safe containment, while Incineroar plus Kingambit provides strong backline protection against Trick Room and redirection threats. Charizard is kept as the Mega to apply fast offensive pressure and preserve Sun synergy for Venusaur. I expect Sandaconda plus Tyranitar, Charizard plus Venusaur is our best opening. Let's get into the game. Final plan, Charizard uses Air Slash into Tyranitar, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Sandaconda. Final plan, Charizard uses Solar Beam into Tyranitar, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Sandaconda. That was a tight 2-turn burst where our Charizard and Venusaur kept sun pressure flowing. Charizard opened with Air Slash into Tyranitar while Venusaur cooled Sandaconda with Energy Ball, setting up a quick solar hit on turn 2 that finished the threat in Sun with a solar beam. A clean, decisive finish, well-managed tempo and threat prioritization. GG's, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against Adavan, they have Sinistcha, Umbreon, Bellibolt, Sinistcha, Rotom Fire, and Cofagrigus. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Incineroar and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, this preview strongly hints at Trick Room pressure and redirection. Bringing Charizard, with Mega as the plan, and Venusaur gives us immediate sun pressure and a safe, proactive core. Backing with Incineroar and Kingambit covers Trick Room setups and provides strong backline disruption. I expect Bellibolt plus Sinistcha, Charizard plus Venusaur is our best opening. Let's get into the game. I expect Rotom to threaten Hydro Pump or Thunderbolt. We'll fire Heat Wave now and punish Rotom, while Energy Ball targets Rotom to keep pressure and cover for Umbreon. I expect Rotom may threaten Thunderbolt into Charizard, so I'm covering Umbreon with Heat Wave while Venusaur hits Rotom with Energy Ball. Final plan, Charizard uses Heat Wave into Umbreon, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Rotom. Bringing in Kingambit to shore up our backline and close out the game. I expect Rotom may Thunderbolt or Hydro Pump into Charizard. We're Heat Waving Umbreon to pressure them, while Kingambit protects to shield and stall. I'm respecting Rotom's threatenings, so protect shields Charizard while Kingambit Kowtow Cleave targets Rotom to pressure it this turn. I expect Umbreon to shield or stall, so I'm covering with Air Slash on Umbreon and Brick Break on Umbreon to pressure it down this turn. I expect Umbreon is likely to attack or pivot. I'm covering with Air Slash aimed at Umbreon while Kingambit protects to shield from possible big hits. I'm expecting Umbreon to try and attack. Charizard will protect to weather the hit, while Kingambit Brick breaks Umbreon to clear the way. That was a tightly fought sun-boosted duel. Charizard and Venusaur laid down constant pressure with Heat Wave and Energy Ball, while our backline pieces, Incineroar and Kingambit, stopped Trick Room plays and kept up disruption. A late-game sequence saw Charizard threaten with Heat Wave under Sun, then a switch to Kingambit to weather and steady the board, ultimately closing out as Umbreon fell to precise pressure from Kingambit and continued Sun support. GG, on to the next one. For the next game we're playing against Markopt. They have Garchomp, Charizard, Dragapult, Dragonite, Abomasnow, and Houndoom. We're bringing Charizard and Venusaur as leads, and Incineroar and Kingambit in the back. Our likely Mega is Charizard. Our game plan is, this preview indicates Snow's Tailwind pressure with Charizard and Venusaur as core winners. Bringing Charizard plus Venusaur keeps your Sun pressure intact and leverages Mega Charizard YS offensive power, while Incineroar and Kingambit provide safe backline control and offensive support. This preserves the main Sun win condition and applies immediate pressing. I expect Charizard plus Garchomp, Garchomp plus Kingambit is our best opening. Let's get into the game. Switch Charizard to Kingambit to improve safety and preserve Charizard for Sun later. Incineroar steps in to disrupt their offense with Fake Out and Will-O-Wisp, turning the heat in our favor. Final plan, Incineroar uses Will-O-Wisp into Garchomp, while Venusaur uses Sleep Powder into Houndoom. Final plan, Incineroar uses Will-O-Wisp into Garchomp, while Venusaur uses Protect. Final plan, Incineroar uses Flare Blitz into Garchomp, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Garchomp. Final plan, Incineroar uses Flare Blitz into Houndoom, while Venusaur uses Energy Ball into Garchomp. bringing in Charizard to restore Sun pressure and finish the game. I'm going with slot 1 uses Air Slash. Final plan, Charizard uses Air Slash into Houndoom. Final plan, Charizard uses Air Slash into Houndoom. That battle started with Charizard and Venusaur setting Sun pressure while our backline